to the microphone. All right, export. What's the day? The 29th. Let's go update Stream Decker. Set as current. And let's make sure that it's working. We're not working. Why are we not working? Attempt numero dos. Boom. All right. All right. So as we know, we've got the ManaTraders Swiss event coming up in 4 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday the 2nd. Which is conveniently also going to be the day of our Shadow Watch 2020 completion, our 12-hour stream. A bunch of fun stuff, live guests, giveaway. Yeah, going to be pretty exciting day. But for this week at least, we get to have a bit of a focused testing session with the goal of doing well in the ManaTraders Swiss event on Saturday. And so the first Shadow variant we're going to test is one that we started playing a bit more of right before Christmas. Now that the holidays are over, things are starting to wind down. We'll revisit it, see if anything's changed in the last week. And that's going to be our Rakdos Scourge deck. I guess I have to call it a Death Shadow deck by technicality that Death Shadows exist in the 75 cards. But obviously this deck has some notable changes from your traditional Death Shadow deck, such as being less reliant on lowering your life total with things like Street Wraith, and a little more reliant on grinding out games with cards like Night's Whisper, Croxa, K-Command in the main, Bomat Courier, your access to Lures of the Dream Den in the sideboard. Then, as we see, 3 copies of Blood Moon in our sideboard, great against the Titan decks, against the Uro piles. Basically anything trying to do something unfair with their mana. So we'll see how this goes for a couple leagues. And maybe it's enough to convince us to play Rakdos this weekend. So let's see. Jump into our league with Scourge. Let's see what we got. We're still kind of in that data collection point with Rakdos. I certainly don't think I've collected enough matchup data to definitively say one way or another whether I think this deck is the best iteration of Death Shadow. Alright, pretty easy keep here. I think I'm just going to lead on this Bomat Courier because I want to start getting these counters ticking up. Or not these counters, these cards. This will help us decide if we want to go for the turn 2 Scourge or if we think like Swift Spear plus Bolt is going to be better. Misty Pass. So I think that means I'm just going to get one of these Scourges down, since I can get it under like a Mana Leak or Remand if this is an Uro pile. And I'll be able to play like Bolt them next turn if I'm concerned about an Uro coming down. Colony Garden. Interesting. Alright, so now the question is, how much pressure do I want to put on my opponent? Like, I could go Blood Crypt, Fatal Push the Colony Garden, swing, play a second Scourge. My Scourges would be 7/7s. So I'd be presenting lethal the next turn. That's probably good enough, right? Like, I'm kind of assuming if my opponent goes Triome into Colony Garden, I can't imagine they've got a lot of targets for this Fatal Push. So kind of getting some use out of it now seems like my best bet. And if they do have an answer to one of these Scourges, then this Swift Spear plus Lightning Bolt might just be enough to finish it off. So I go Swift Spear, Dismember, and my opponent's got to have an answer to that, and if they do, then I just get to Bolt. Alright. So double Colony Garden means I'm not really sure what my opponent's doing. So Jeskai Triome, Colony Garden, Colony Garden. Could be a 4-color Uro pile, but when you see double Colony Garden, I assume it's got to be something token related. Maybe like a polymorph deck. It's like, what kind of deck would intentionally want to make tokens? Like, you don't play Colony Garden just because you want to make a couple chump blockers. So I'm going to assume something that has to do with tokens. So I'm going to bring in a little bit of this like anti-mid-range control kind of package. So let's see, if they're making 0/1s, Bomat Courier's still fine, but on the draw, I'm still a little iffy on it. Fatal Push could be a better consideration. But if I'm able to Fatal Push in response to like a polymorph, which we don't even know if that's what they're on yet. So Alright, this hand's pretty great. Thoughtseize into Night's Whisper into Blood Moon is usually a pretty good spot to be in. Alright. So I want to think about how I'm sequencing my lands. If I want to get a second basic swamp with this Catacombs, that would open up Croxa. I think that's the only thing it opens up. Puts me a little farther away from this shadow. I think we'll just Thoughtseize and kind of see what our next draw is. Lightning Storm. I'll take things I didn't expect to see for 500 Alex. So it's like a Treasure Cruise deck. Or not Treasure Cruise, Treasure Hunt. At least that's what I'm assuming. Like Treasure Hunt into a copy of Lightning Storm. And just throw all the extra lands at your opponent. Which is going to make this a little funny. Because like we're giving them the red mana off of these Blood Moons, but we're cutting them off of blue. So they're going to have to like naturally draw another Lightning Storm. Leagues really are the wild, wild west. Alright, next turn I can play Bomat, Scourge, Shadow. Because if I'm able to cash in this Bomat and get rid of like some of these lands and stuff, I'm pretty okay with that. Then again, maybe I just hold these lands for a Lightning Storm. Well then, that is not what I expected to play my first league match. Treasure Hunt, Lightning Storm. Assuming Treasure Hunt. It's like kind of the card that I would assume fits in perfectly with their plan. Uh-oh. Opponent's 3-0. Obosh, you say. Kind of keeping this hand because it's got double removal spell. We've got Shadow plus Battle Rage. was gonna say, if they go for a burn spell before damage here, I'll counter it. But I do want to take a little bit of damage so that I can get this shadow down. So if they have like lightning bolt plus this lava dart, that'd be pretty bad for me. So I think I'm just gonna K command, kill this, make them discard. This way they play out the Swift Spear on their turn. They're kind of incentivized to go ahead and lava dart me. And I get to take a couple extra points off that. Yep. All according to plan. Now here's a shadow. Say go. Now if my opponent attacks, am I blocking? I think third land means yes. Alright, how much instant speed burn can they put together? They haven't been playing spells. I'd assume if they had lethal burn last turn, they would have just gone for it. It's like the only thing that punishes you is exactly Cling to Dust, which Rakdos doesn't typically play. So we're at a virtual 7 because of Lava Dart. If I bolt the Swift Spear, I get a prowess trigger. If I fetch, I'm at 6. Shadow's a 6/6. I battle rage, I get another prowess trigger. So that's 15, which isn't lethal. So I think if I can't present lethal, I can't afford to make a careless attack. I'm going for battle rage. I think I am. Like, it doesn't have to be a lethal battle rage, but I want to get some points of damage through. Stomp me, okay. Bolt me, yep. they probably just have it. Stomp Lava Dart. Yep. Alright, so yeah, if we had gone down to 5, we would have been dead there. So it was the correct call to not go for it. But unfortunately, we couldn't not go for it and present ourselves, keep ourselves from dying. Words are tough. Maybe I'd do like Knight's Whisper better than Bowmat. No. I want to keep some number of Bowmats in. I know everybody always talks about them dying to Lava Darts, but you need some like critical mass of 1-drops, or else your Scourges just like are terrible, especially in a matchup like this. Alright, hand solid. Alright, what you got, opponent? Yep. So there is our namesake Scourge. Bone Crusher, Flame Slash, Lava Dart with a Blast Zone. So now my goal is to get this Shadow out of like Lava Dart stomp range and get in and attack so I can get down my Scourge. Well, maybe plans have changed. I get a free discard on the Lava Dart if I do that. Playing the Scourge instead of the Shadow here because if my opponent kills this and I draw away to lower my life total, I can play out the Shadow safely next turn. Was a surprisingly high risk play out of my opponent, because if I just went like in response bolt you, it's a pretty rough spot for them to be in. Flame Slash. All right. I don't want to take 4 here. So they've got a Lava Dart, they've got an Obosh. It's a pretty good combination. So I think I'm 2 to myself, get back Scourge. Or get back my Shadow. I guess Shadow's just bigger. Like, Scourge dies to everything. Obviously, if it gets in an attack or 2, it's better. Ramo, how's it going? Rakdos has been okay. I'm trying to decide if it's what I want to play this weekend. Lava Dart me. Does this mean they have a second Lava Dart in hand? Crack Blast Zone, sure. Like, I think Rakdos is a good deck for sure. It's Obosh plus Dart Maluris is not. So they have access to the dart in the yard. And Obosh is plus, or deals double damage. Feed the swarm the Obosh. Obosh Red is a stupid deck. I think it's a pretty cool deck. Like, I can present a lethal attack Yeah, they don't have to block Shadow. I can't feed the Swarm, because if I feed the Swarm, they just respond by lava darting my face, and I die. Let's see. If I play Bomat, it's 11. Swift Spear from the yard is 12. And they block what? If they block Luris, I fetch and shock, and that's exactly 12. So yeah. Or I guess they can lava dart one of my other creatures. So many ways we were dead. Alright, so let's think about this one for a second. If we feed the Swarm the Obosh, we take 5, we go to 1, they lava dart. So that's not a play at all. Feed the Swarm makes us take 5 off of killing the Obosh. So feed the Swarm, Obosh, attack all, not lethal. Just kills us. If we had shocked there to present lethal, our opponent could have flashed back lava dart on either the Bomat Courier or the Swift Spear, and we no longer had lethal. And they just got to untap with Obosh. We're at 4 life, or no, 5, 3, 6 life. They untap with Obosh, blast zone our Shadow, kill us. He had 1 dart in the yard. He played the second dart to kill us. So if we feed the Swarm, we're dead to known information. If we let the Obosh survive, we're dead. We're dead if he's got any burn spell, if we let the Obosh survive. We had to feed the Swarm, because if we don't, he untaps, blast zones away our shadow, attacks with Obosh, and that's 6. And we're dead. So we're just dead to known information if we don't feed the swarm. Like, he's got Lava Dart in the yard plus Obosh attack. He just blast zones away shadow, attacks for 6, darts us for 2. We're dead. So, killing Obosh, putting ourselves to 3, at least makes him have another burn spell. So, feed the swarming the Obosh is better than not feed the swarming the Obosh. Let's see. So we had Luris. Luris could have gotten back Scourge instead. And we attack Luris. What would that have looked like? We play Bomat Courier from hand. We play Fetch Land. We attack Bomat Courier, Shadow, Luris. Or we'd play Scourge from the yard. Attack Bomat, Shadow, Luris. The Shadow could get up to a 10-10. So it's a lethal attack. He has to block. He blocks Obosh on the Luris. Takes 11. Goes to 1. We've got Scourge. We're at 6. Like, we're dead to what he had. I'm just wondering if it cuts out any outs. And I don't think that it does. Guess we could have tried cracking Bomat to spike. That's fair. The only catch was, if we were planning on cracking Bomat to spike, we should have played the Shadow pre-combat. Because, like, having a guaranteed blocker outside of the whole blast zone thing would have been better for us. How many lightning bolts do we have left? All 4. I don't think we'd seen one that game. Actually, I know we didn't, because if we did, we could have saved our Skyclave or Scourge of the Skyclaves by bolting their face in response to a stomp. So I don't think we had any outs. Like, based on what they ended up having, we for sure didn't have any outs. But I don't think we had any way outside of, I guess, spiking exactly Battle Rage off of our Bomat Courier could have been an out. Wagner, my way was kill Obosh. If you use Dart, max damage is 2, not crack land. He's got a Lava Dart in the yard. He sacks a land to recast the Lava Dart. So feed the swarm, deals 5 to us. We go to 1. He flashes back the Lava Dart. Doesn't even matter if the Obosh is on the board. He just needs that 1 damage to kill us. Blood Moon. All right, well, that's my blood moon protection. Like, if we lava dart, we were literally just dead. Or if not lava dart, if we feed the swarm, we were literally just dead. Alright, we were at 6 life, correct? No, he had a lava dart in the graveyard already. Yeah, we'll pull up the replay after this match. We've been blood mooned. Ah. Ah. However will we fight through such an atrocity? Hope y'all appreciated my my good blood moon impression there. That's what I assume a blood moon sounds like. I would like one of your finest Scourge of the Skyclaves, please. Hiya. Seasoned Pyromancer. That's just not nice. Also not nice. So let's see. I'd like to return a Luris and I guess make you discard. What do we get? What do we get? Get a Bone Crusher. Interesting. So we could dismember, go to 12, play Shadow, have access to bolt ourselves. I think I'm just going to Luris plus Bauble again. Another seasoned Pyromancer. That's kind of rude. Yep. No blocks. It's a pretty alright set of hits. Yeah, let's just go ahead and kill this. Something mana efficiency. So we get to nab this seasoned pyromancer, which is pretty sweet. And here's a shadow. Let's see. Grixis Shadow completely unplayable. I would not say that at all. I think that Grixis Shadow, like any mid-range-ish modern deck, does need to make adjustments for local or for current metas. But I certainly wouldn't say it's unplayable. How much effort am I putting into saving this Swift Spear? Like, for 4 life, I can save it. But is that worth it? Don't think that it is. They've got a lava dart. I need to get in and attack. Like, I need to get their life total down to where I can attack with a lethal shadow. Question is, what am I doing with what blocks? So let's say I attack, they block all. I dismember Seasoned Pyromancer, lose 4, go to 6. Shadow becomes a 7/7. Damage goes through. They can firebolt, or not firebolt, lava dart my shadow to kill it. So that's bad. I can attack with shadow. They block all. Dismember the Bone Crusher Giant. Take 2 off the Bone Crusher trigger. Shadow becomes a 5/5. Deal 4. I can pay 2 life, take 2. Shadow becomes a 7. They block 4. Shadow doesn't die to Lava Dart. If they hit a land, they can if they hit a land, they can Firebolt. If I attack and they chump with a token, they attack all on the backswing. I have to dismember the Bone Crusher, take 2, go to 8, take 3 more, go to 5. Alright. Sitting here doing nothing's not going to get me anywhere. All right. So if they choose to take it, if they hit a land, they've got Firebolt. Yeah. Old scroll wheels been acting funny. Yeah, it's 5 to flashback. So if I dismember the Bone Crusher, pay 2 life, go to 8, go to 6, then I'm dead on the crackback. If I dismember the Bone Crusher, don't pay the 2 life. I go to 8. This is 5 to 11. If they attack with everything, let's see. If they attack with everything, I go to 4. They add Obosh to their hand. I Thoughtseize. Go to 2. They're at 11. They can't Lava Dart me back. That would be lethal, assuming they don't hit a burn spell. Let's see. Oh man. Notifications going crazy. Steven's gifted a sub to Kami Tech and to Wagner. Thank you so much, Steven. Appreciate the continued support of the channel, as always. Very much appreciated. Welcome to our new and continued subscribers. Rough one. So I think it's if they hit a land, we're dead. Like, we could Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, and deal 10 to them. But since that's not lethal, I think we have to pass and hope they don't hit a land so they can Firebolt, Flashback, Firebolt. All right. There we go. Needed to fade the land. Freed, got your foil full art TBRs in the mail. Jeez. That does sound pretty sexy though. I'll admit that one. I'm not a fan of foils, but I appreciate their spot in the circle of Magic life. Oh, we've got a new emote being worked on. It's Speaking of TBR, not to give anything away, but only $1 each. It's a pretty good price for foil TBRs. I guess it's what happens when the only decks that play them are on like 2 copies max. Yeah, I'm excited for the TBR emote. It's going to take over the slot of that last Death Shadow, so we can just have like all matching emotes. Alright, pretty easy ship here. Not any better. Alright. So we'll pitch a second Thoughtseize and a second Bauble. Or... nah, let's pitch Bauble K Return. Had 3 people agree to do the Mississippi split with me so far, hoping for it to gain traction. I hope it does as well. Like, I think it's super fun. If the GP is tomorrow, what version of Shadow is my choice? Good question. If I had a GP tomorrow, I would probably... what would I go on? God, that's a really tough one. I'd probably say Rakdos, but it's tough. It wouldn't be like an, oh, snap, easy Rakdos choice. You should try the Luris Companion Grixis list sometime this week. I saw that one. I watched Steven play some games with it. So we can probably try it out this week. I figure I'll devote a day this week to different variations of Shadow leading up to the ManaTraders event. So... played Math God's List. They got 9th in the challenge. Pretty fun. I think that's the one Steven was playing. With like the 4 Sprite Dragons in the main. Blue-Black Rogues with 3 main deck Bitter Blossoms. 7th place in Sunday's challenge. You need to ship me a list like now. Immediately. Scroll down to 7th place. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, we've got Soaring Thought Thief, Thieves Guild Enforcer, Thoughtseize, Charm, Cling, Deprive. 3 copies of Bitter Blossom. Such funny synergy here. Oh, I want to play this. This opponent going... They're going for spiking the land. Last card is Obosh, so land kills us. I think anything but like a creature kills us. Or creature, Blood Moon. That's not a creature or a Blood Moon. Did you hit the burn spell? Huzzah. Easy. That's quite the flurry of burn spells. This black-red shadow breaks my heart. We need to find some place in the sideboard for Stubborn Denials. That Rogue's Guy is a god. Dex looks suspiciously like a pile of doo-doo, and he top-8'd with it. I think it's pretty sweet. Like, Bitter Blossom on exactly turn 2 is a very strong Magic card. And he's got a lot of good tempo elements here. Plus, like, you're a Mystic Sanctuary deck, so how bad can it actually be? Deprived to pick up your Sanctuaries. Like, I think it looks really fun. Whether I'd register it in an actual event or not, I have no idea, but... On the draw... I guess I'll keep, because I can always bolt my opponent's face. Not that I really want to. See. Also, the deck list should be out tomorrow or maybe today. But we all watched our buddy go undefeated in a prelim with honest to God Grixis control. Ooh. Ooh. That does sound pretty awesome. Alright. If opponent's got a couple burn spells to save this from the bolt, then that does mean we just get to like untap and play a shadow more than likely. Planning on just adding Luris to my hand here. I'm assuming if my opponent hits their third land drop, they're just going to cast this Bone Crusher Giant. So if I get a chance to, like, feed the Swarm the Bone Crusher, I'm pretty okay with that. Scroll down to 17th place on the Modern Challenge deck dump. Let's see. 17th, you say? Oh no. Enduring Ideal. Love it. That's fantastic. Last challenge, 2 combo decks in the top 8. I mean, that's kind of been modern for the last few months. Combo decks have been pretty high up the list. So I'm kind of killing their dudes fairly aggressively to play around, light up the stages stuck in hand. And then only playing out 1 shadow here because I would like to force my opponent to commit resources to getting this shadow off the board. Because if I just play, like, second shadow and they go blast zone, kill them all, or if I play second shadow and I have to fetch and shock first and they just go bolt, bolt, lava dart you, or something like that, then it's not really worth the tempo swing. But if I play out 1 shadow and they've got to do something to deal with it, like if they cast a bolt and I get to fetch in response, or they cast a whatever and I get to make a game action involving this fetch to save my shadow, then I've made them use multiple resources on my 1 shadow. Obviously, I could just be dead to, like, triple bolt at any time. But they could also be dead if I rip a fetch land off the top. Huh. Let's see if opponent can Don't block with just one. Oh, opponent. And that's all she wrote on that one. Opponent. You got to block with multiples. Excited future TBR noises. But yeah, I sent I sent this one as inspiration. Obviously, it's the card, but without all of the context of what goes around it. So I'm kind of excited to see what comes back. Ben Jones in 31st place with some offensive Urza pile. I mean, if Ben and Dito and all of them are finding success with Omnath, Urza, degenerate things, then I'm all for it. I just don't enjoy playing those decks. So I would rather live and die by the shadow than play something that I don't enjoy playing. This is a pretty meh hand, but I'm kind of hoping that like Thoughtseize into Croxa or some combination thereof into Luris will be decent. What? We up against Mono Black Control? This man got a Gurmag Angler in his Dark Slick Shores deck. TBR is the same as Two Shadows. I can't deny the statement in question. Discard the Gurmag Angler. That is very surprising to me. I wouldn't call it a rule of thumb by any means, but typically Gurmag Angler is like one of your better threats in any sort of black-based mid-range mirror. Because being able to dodge things like Fatal Push, Abrupt Decay, Lightning Bolt is pretty big for that card. Murderous Rider and Gurmag. Like, trying to figure out what our opponent's up to. Main deck Nihil Spellbomb. Huh. Don't recall seeing that one on my Thoughtseize. And our super Scourge of the Skyclaves over here Our opponent has done a whopping 0 damage to themselves. So you see one of the things that I have not been particularly fond of regarding this card. Tassiger. Let me know how many ticks for a sub. Not much. I'll come up with a mathematical answer. So playing the Lurrus there, both to be mana efficient and because of my opponent's relying on fatal pushes, then at least I know they got to spend a bunch of mana getting this Lurrus off the board. Opponent stop. Stop, opponent. So let's see. It's funny when my amount of ticks are in years now. That's a lot of ticks. Usually I get rid of mine way before that. All right. We'll scoop it up here. We have seen a decent bit of our opponent's deck. Wonder how good Boyle would be here. We saw Dark Slick Shore, Watery Grave. So I don't know if they're like a Mystic Sanctuary deck. Gonna assume Fatal Push is really bad. I don't know where I should sell them. I still have a lot of chest too, but the EV is super low. Yeah, chest EV is really, really low right now. But usually I just sell all my ticks to ManaTraders. Just like fund my ongoing subscription. All right. Kind of hoping opponent won't have a fatal push here and I can just get in like a couple of attacks with this Bomat Courier. Like, I definitely want to double Thoughtseize here more than I want to play out the Scourge. But the only way this plan really comes to fruition is if this Scourge is able to close out the game very quickly. Stormwing Entity? What on earth? Kalidas, Stormwing. I am slightly scared for my life. Am I taking like Kalidas Snapcaster? Like, I really don't want to take double Spell Bomb. Oh boy. Oh boy. I got to EE on 5 earlier to kill 2 Stormwings. I'm guessing out of Amulet. The joy of Dryad of the Elysian Grove. That does sound sexy though. Decent draw. I would really like to win this game without showing them Blood Moon. And if that means that I need to fetch and shock off this to keep up the appearance that I don't have it in my deck, then I'm pretty okay with that. Please don't spell snare me. Alright. Whew. I'm scared there. 2 birds with 1 stone. That's funnier than it should be. I'm a big fan of puns, in case anybody was ever wondering. Alright. So we know their hand is second Spell Bomb, Stormwing Entity, another Dark Slick Shores. I think we know these. Boo. Boo. Just don't kill my Bomat. Haha. Am I tapping this Sunbaked? Deal 11. Yeah, might as well. See if our opponent's got access to something like Damnation. I think at this point they should probably be thought scouring me. They haven't seen anything that I probably would have brought in from the board. So this game is basically like lost at their point. So even if they do have a sweeper here, I get to crack Bomat, untap with 5 cards, plus the Sunbait Canyon. So I think like giving themselves a little bit more information, maybe finding out that I boarded in Blood Moon or something like that. Why I didn't reveal Luris as a companion is probably worth a little bit more. Missed a follow. Camelo Embusitado. No idea how to say it. Please correct me. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for a bit. All right, Swift Spear into Croxa into Blood Moon. With the mana base to keep the plan afloat. Haven't seen any counter spells out of our opponent. Which could just not mean anything, but it is interesting. Getting Blood Crypt here because I can get my basics anyway off of these. But if my opponent has got a fetch land on their turn 2, I kind of want to incentivize them to feel safe to just get it like a Watery Grave. I don't want them to just know that they should be getting basics. Because on my turn 2, if I just go fetch up a Swamp Croxa, it's not that suspicious. But if I start off like fetch basic Swamp, fetch another basic Swamp, it starts getting a little dicey. Which honestly, the Swamp on turn 2 for Croxa could give things away. But we will see. All right, triple Dark Slick Shore opening. God. They had to have just top decked that, right? That would have been so nice. Like, had to have top decked that Inquisition. Because there's no way you just spend your turn 2, like, not doing anything if you've got the Inquisition. Alright, so I don't really care if my opponent kills my Croxa. So we are just going to go for the escape here. Like, I was thinking about trying to play around something like removal spell plus spell bomb. By just going like Thoughtseize to see if the coast is clear. And then I could K command, make them discard, get back Croxa or something like that if I just needed to save it from a spell bomb. But if they do have a spell bomb, there's not really a huge risk for them just like passing the turn with it. All right. So do we just want to upkeep, discard, get back Croxa? Don't hate that. I discard another push. Ah, I meant to draw step that. Why did I upkeep that? I knew I meant draw step. I forgot I had a stop on my upkeep. Punt. I'll give myself a punt for that one. That would have been a pretty good one to discard, too. Don't really know if they have a reason for cracking that right then. Especially against a deck that you know has hand disruption. And you know that I have the Croxa in hand. So Stormwing on top. All right. We'll take the 2 off the Snapcaster. Let the Stormwing come down and bolt it. I don't really want to dismember this Snapcaster. Like, I would rather save the dismember for a Tassiger or Gurmag angler. How did they scry? One top, one bottom. I could dismember my own Swift Spear and get back Croxa. Yeah, that can't be worth it. They know about this dismember. I guess the last card could be like another Snapcaster. That would make sense. Yep. Unfortunately, our life total's cutting out a lot of our potential draws. Like Night's Whisper would have been really good here. So what's our best draw? Like maybe Bomac Courier. No, snap taking that. Not that one. I guess now Luris would be best draw. Well, we're definitely not playing that one. All right. Ritual of Soot, Legion's End. Alright, can I kick this thing? I can. I'm bad at this. I forgot that had text on there. Alright. Did you find another removal spell? Stormwing. Yep. One top, one bottom. So can we get a removal spell? Huh. So I think that we are... Like, we're obviously playing the Soul Guide. I'm trying to think if our opponent's top card is something like another Snapcaster. Then this Soul Guide's really good here. So I'm trying to think about, like, when the optimal time is to make some of our plays, depending on what this is. Because obviously, if their top card is like a Gurmag Angler, then we don't really care. If it's Tasigur and they activate it, then it could get awkward. Which it looks like it's either Tasigur or Gurmag Angler. And if we had known that, then we should have Soul Guided on their upkeep. But like if this is Gurmag, this is fantastic for us. If it's Tasigur, it could go either way. Sure. Surprised they left Legion's End in the yard. Like, I would think something like... Or do they exile Murderous Rider too? I feel like they left in a lot of things that are bad hits off Tasigur. I love that they have Stubborn Denial in their deck. 100% giving it to them, but love it. Stub is great with Stormwing. These are known facts. Stub is not great with being forced to chump block your opponent's creatures. That being said, I am very much appreciative of my opponent's deck list. I do think it's really sweet. I don't know how much I like Stormwing Entity in here, but the blue-black control shell I think is good. Tasigur, Gurmag, Snapcaster, Fatal Push, Hand Disruption. I like the Murderous Rider, Spell Bombs. Alright. So it was cool. It was cool. Everyone's gangster until our opponent fetch shocks a blood crypt to bolt us. Fetch Shock, Blood Crypt, plus, like, pay for Gut Shot on you. Fetch Shock, Blood Crypt, char you. Fetch Shock, Blood Crypt, Viashino, Pyromancer you. Chuck coming in with the 50 bits. Hope you had a fantastic Christmas break or Christmas holiday. You're excited for the new year. I know I am. Alright, Bomat into double Thoughtseize. I guess it depends on what we see turn 1. I will absolutely dismember an Elvish Reclaimer. Opponent shouldn't even test me like that. Off today, chilling. Well, I'm glad you could be here. I'm excited to get back to some streaming time after the holiday. Alright, so Triome means I'm probably more interested in Thought Seizing this turn because the last thing I want to do is play this Bomat, get a swing in, and have my opponent like drop a Renin 6 on me. Mana Leak away, opponent. Mana Leak away. If you don't, I will remove from you the ability to. Just don't main deck Veil of Summer me, please. Alright. Oh no, we can't pay. Here's a Bomat. Alright, so Mana Leak's gone. They do have this annoying Field of the Dead in hand already. Am I at Bolt phase yet? No. As much as I want to sling lightning bolts at my opponent, don't think we're there yet. Dito, how's it going? Hope you're ready for the ManaTraders event. I know I'm ready to dodge you for 9 rounds or however many rounds it is. Alright, not the worst. Not the greatest, but not the worst. We know Cryptic Command, Field of the Dead, bunch of unknowns. So I think we're just going to add Luris to our hand here. I could go for the Scourge, but I'm like just giving my opponent a free, like, alright, cool, Cryptic Command you. Counter that, draw a card. And we get nothing after that. Deal. Deal all day, opponent. Scalo94, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic, was it Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out with us some. Checking out some sweet Death Shadow action. Alright. Opponents never had an answer to a lightning bolt in their life. Alright, this one time opponent had an answer to a lightning bolt in their life. Go away, Jace. Go away. Yep. Opponent, don't you know this card is banned? At least it should be. Alright, so worst case scenario for us is Field of the Dead, Uro, Fetch Land, removal spell. Something along those lines. Want to go over the metagame breakdown after this match? WotC finally dropped the deck list from the weekend. Sounds fantastic to me. I'm all about going on over some metagame breakdowns. Especially so everybody in the channel can check out some of the awesome action that Steven has put together and does for every metagame. We can get a really cool behind-the-scenes look at how things are moving, what we need to prepare for the upcoming weekend. Great quote from the Discord already. What if you tried to take your Uro pile with you into heaven, but God said non-basic lands are mountains? Words to live by. Words to live by. All I'm saying is I think if you're playing Rakdos mid-range this weekend, put an extra couple copies of Magus in your deck. Just go ahead and be safe. Opponent is thinking. Thinking like madmen. They are thinking a thought that ought to be thunk. So if they have a fetch land, they can sanctuary back a fatal push and draw into it with this Jace. Okay. So if I go Luris, get back Swift Spear, is that better or worse? So I want to kill the Jace. And my concern is that their last card is Archmage's Charm or... God, just something to keep them from having this Jace die. If I just go to attacks and they have one removal spell, Jace lives. If I play Luris and they counter it, then I get to follow up with Scourge. And if I play Luris and it resolves, then I give myself the best chance of killing Jace. Like, it gives me a much lower chance of killing them this next turn. But now that I've got Scourge plus Battle Rage, I feel like I can fight through zombies. So let's go. You discard. Kill the zombie, because why not? Discard second copy of Field of the Dead. Oh boy. Alright, so then we'll play Scourge. Now, what do I want to attack with? Everything? Yeah. Because they're going to Field of Ruin one of my lands. I have a basic mountain that I can get. And then dismember the zombie. So this is just like a completely free attack. I put them to 4. And then next turn I've got like this Battle Rage plus all my attackers plus Bomat Courier crack if I need it. So I believe the only way they can live... Yeah, Fetch Land doesn't do it. Alright. Now Fetch Land definitely doesn't do it. Here, I'll just show them Battle Rage and they can choose if they want to scoop or not. Alright. So we've got some tools for the Uro matchup. Send it through Messenger. Sweet. Alright. Croxa, our Soul Guides. Boil, Blood Moons. Do we want... I like K-Command, but do we want Reign of Gore? Like, it only triggers with Uro, so that's probably too narrow. Trim some Fatal Pushes. Cut dismembers. I don't really want lightning bolts, but there's probably a chance that we might need one just to get our opponent back down below 20 life. Not convinced on Rain without Omnath too. I could see that, but like even with Omnath, I feel like Rain is kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel for sideboard options. We could have brought Luris in. So if we go... Are we bottoming Swift Spear? I think we're bottoming Swift Spear, because then it's just like turn 1, Thoughtseize, turn 2, Bomat plus Shadow. And like having our card advantage 1 drop to get us out from under this mole, I think is going to be more impactful than our damage 1 drop. Now, since we've drawn that, is that changing our plan? I guess we can see what they're drawing. Uro, naturally. Alright, so Scourge is going to get a lot worse in the face of Uro. So I think I do just want to Thoughtseize here and take away something like a Remand or a Mana Leak. Something that would answer our Shadow. That's not bad. So best draw would probably be another fetch land. So we could go fetch shock, play Bomat, attack for 9, play Scourge, go, and just kind of say like, all right, we're dead in the water to a Wrath effect. But we're kind of assuming that our opponent doesn't have any Wrath effects. Do you want Luris as it isn't a companion? I think I said, like, it's an idea. Luris does get a lot worse with Blood Moon because you take yourself off of the ability to have triple black. So you can't get Luris plus, like, a Shadow or a Scourge in the same turn. They brought in Plague Engineer, please no. Witch's Vengeance naming Avatar. Plague Mare. Golgari Charm. Marsh Casualties. Simian Spirit Guide. Curse of Death's Hold. We can do this all day. They're about to fetch up a Godless Shrine and Orzhov Pontiff. Fetch up Godless Shrine and Zealous Persecution. Triple Simian Spirit Guide, Chain Whirler, Easy Clap. Now you're talking. I know, Chain Whirler would deal 1 to us too, wouldn't it? But then you just play second Chain Whirler to negate the effect of the first Chain Whirler. Double Simian Spirit Guide, Volcanic Fallout. Single Simian Spirit Guide, Arc Lightning. Like I'm telling you, our opponent's got outs. For those of you who don't know, the What is my opponent's out game is one of my favorite in all of Magic. And it's always fun to come up with like absurd scenarios that can get your opponent out of whatever jam they happen to be in. But there's always that like 1 out of 1,000 times that you call it and they have the thing. Spirit Guide plus Fork Bolt, that's a good one. Fork Bolt, the legacy staple for years while Deathrite Shaman was around. Kills both Deathrite Shaman and Delver of Secrets on turn 1. Boom. Boom. Great draw. Great draw. Opponents never had a sweeper in their lives. And if they did, they don't have double black for it. Fetch, Shock, Steam Vents, Electrolyze. Oh, now we're talking. Fork Bolt was a good staple when Infect was tier 1. Also true. Kill your Hierarch, kill your Glistener Elf. Spell Pierce your Blossoming, or not Blossoming Defense, pre-Blossoming Defense. Spell Pierce your Vines of Vastwood, trying to save them, or your Apostle's Blessing. Alright, so this has to be Cryptic Command, right? This is a very weird Cryptic Command. Sure. That is a perfectly legal Magic play. We're just going to keep throwing threats at them. Settle the Wreckage. I played through the entire standard with Settle the Wreckage. Never played around the card a single time. I've played against it in Modern. Never played around it. I will never respect Settle the Wreckage enough to play around it unless I already know that it's in my opponent's hand off of a hand disruption spell that same game. If I see it game 1, won't respect it game 3. Like, I have to see it that game. All right. Got something else? Nope. All right. An okay little 4-1 there. Don't even remember what we hiccuped against, but we need to update our matchup list. Oh, mono red. That's what it was. So we were... What do we play against? Beat 4-color Uro. Do we have mono red on here? Do not. So mono red Obosh. We were 1-1. We played against blue-black control. I guess I can put that one on here. And our last match was against what? Oh, that tokens thing, round 1. So, no idea what that was all about. But let's check out Steven's metagame breakdown before we jump into our next league. See what kind of changes are happening in the modern format. Hope they create another fair card like Uro with Flash. Oh, Grove of the Burned Willow, Aria of Flame would have been a really sweet one. So if you want this sheet, you're going to have to message our moderator, Steven. He's the one that controls all of this data. So I won't give it out to anybody unless he gives the green light. It's all his intellectual property. But since he wanted to go over it, we'll check out what it's looked like. So what Steven does here is he compiles all the information from the top 8s of any major event. So like not 5-0 deck dumps, but preliminaries, challenges, any kind of qualifier, anything like that. Takes all the top 8 data, breaks it down into archetype and how many of each deck within that archetype are represented, and then comes up with a percentage of what share of the meta each archetype represents. And then if you wanted to break it down further to individual decks, you could. But this kind of takes all of the information that's compiled on Goldfish and says, okay, well, instead of just looking at like all the lists that are submitted plus 5-0 lists, we're just going to look at what's doing really well in major tournaments. Like when the best players are playing, the best times, what's showing up. Take out a lot of the outliers and stuff like that. See what it looks like. Don't we have that in Discord from Goldfish? We probably have something similar, but like the percentages that we see here are going to be different from like the percentages on Goldfish, because Goldfish is going to include like the 5-0 league list. It's going to include things that don't occur on Magic Online, other random events, where this is just taking into account like the Magic Online metagame. So this is for December 14th through the 27th. So up until this past Sunday's challenge, or it's including this past Sunday's challenge. We've got some of the 4-0 lists from the preliminaries, including a lot of green-white decks, it looks like, both the Reclaimer Toolbox decks and Heliod Mill. We've got our challenge winners. Looks like Teamer Uro, Titan Shift, Charbelcher, Blue-Red Prowess, Hammer Time. we can go see how many different decks are showing up. So typically for me, like that 10 deck threshold, if it puts 10 copies in the top 8, then it's a deck that I want to have a very solid plan against. So like Heliod, the Rakdos Scourge deck, Blue-Red Prowess, 4-color Uro, the Green-White Elvish Reclaimer decks, and Rakdos mid-range, which it seems has taken over the #1 spot in the last 2 weeks. This is the deck with like Magmatic Channeler, Blood Moons. I've seen Hazaret, Seasoned Pyromancer, like that black-red value mid-range. But that deck has been popping up a lot and increasing in popularity tremendously. So it's definitely a deck to look out for going into the ManaTraders event this weekend. Like, I think you have to be playing a deck with a solid plan against Blood Moon right now. Blood Moon is absolutely everywhere. It's a reason a lot of these black-red decks are staying in contention. See, we also have decent representation from like our other combo decks, Hammer Time, Oops All Spells, Charbelcher. Burn doing pretty well. Blue-Red Kiki. So let's take a look at Steven's notes. He kind of compiles like a little bit of a mini breakdown of what he sees here. So mid-range is back. Rakdos mid-range coming in very strong this breakdown with the most represented deck. We've talked about it a couple times on the stream before, like Jund, the Rock decks that are traditionally mid-range decks are kind of dying out right now because you just can't fight the value off the Uro decks. In response to the overwhelming number of Blood Moons in the format, many decks have adjusted. I would love to hear more about what that entails. We even see the innovation of Amulet playing through the Breach and Emrakul to help combat all the moons in the format. Makes sense. If your opponent's going to Blood Moon your bounce lands, might as well just cheat out a Prime Time anyway. But the Emrakul's a nice touch. Primetime Piles and Tron took a huge hit from the Blood Moons. Definitely shows here. Like Amulet's down a lot. Mono Green Tron, Eldrazi Tron are down a lot. Combo stronger than ever. You can see that in our percentage breakdown. Combo's almost twice the representation of the next highest archetype. Obviously, Combo does include a large number of decks and a very big variety compared to the others. But you kind of see what that entails. Aether Vial decks continue to struggle. For the first time since I've been tracking data, we see Field of the Dead drop below 25% of the meta. So I would assume that's a direct representation of the increase in Blood Moons. Or a direct result from the increase in Blood Moons. Ben Jones placed 31st in the Sunday Challenge with Urza. Keep a lookout if this deck catches on. Well, let's take a look at that Urza deck. I don't think I did keep the challenge page up. Nice. So we've got Emery's and Urza. Pretty good start to your Urza deck. Cryptic Command, Push, Rebuke. So the start of it, at least to me, is looking a lot like the old Simic Urza decks. Just instead of Mox Opal, they're having to play Mox Amber. Got Thopter Sword. It's interesting to see Thopter Sword with no copies of Whir of Invention. 2 copies of Luris of the Dream Den. So definitely a very good grind factor here. If you're able to use Emery as an improved Thought Scour, then you could very easily find the pieces to get back with Luris or Academy Ruins, and then go infinite on your Thopters with Urza. 2 copies of Tezzeret, Agent of Bolas in the sideboard. I like it. Obviously, there's some very targeted hate for like graveyards and the aggressive decks. But I feel like you get a lot of play by just being able to ignore a lot of what's going on in Modern. A little misleading this time because there are 2 different Hammer Time decks, so it's actually the most represented combo deck. Yeah, I saw the Hammer Time versus the Orzhov Hammer. I feel like the primary game plan is the same, and I haven't seen the deck lists explicitly, but I would assume the variations are due to like removal choices, and not so much like the core game plan. Like maybe Orzhov adds something like Tide Hollow Sculler, Fatal Push, something to that extent. But we'll go ahead and Thoughtseize in the sideboard. Makes sense. But we'll go ahead and jump into our second league and we can kind of discuss it more as we go. I've seen mono white with Giver. Not a lot, but a little bit. But speaking of which, Ben, we were just talking about your challenge list. It seems pretty sweet. Sappy, would you be interested in brewing a Grixis deck like Jund? But Grixis colors, I've seen some people trying some lists out, but I don't know if it's good. So I played Grixis Control for a few years in Modern, like the Corey Burkhart variants with like 4 Cryptic Command, 4 Culligan's Command, 4 Snapcaster, Tasigur. And I think that would be like the place you'd want to start if you looked at something like that. And I think it's fine if you have the right tools. So this is like mono red with Luris. The verdict on the Urza deck was I like it. Like, I really like the ability that this deck looks like it presents to be able to use Emery's as like a grave fuel piece, and then between Emery, Luris, Academy Ruins, like be able to value out the mid to late game. And then just having Urza Thopter Sword means you get to ignore so much of what your opponent could be doing that would kill you. Alright, so I'm not really interested in taking this hit off the Soul Scar Mage. But I mean, now that my opponent's throwing burn spells at my face, then I'm definitely not taking the hit off the Soul Scar. But I was going to say I don't feel like taking the hit off of it because lowering my life total isn't getting this Scourge online. Croxa. I think I'm just going to go for the guaranteed point of damage here. Like, maybe Croxa equates to some damage. Maybe it doesn't. But if I get in this guaranteed shot with the Swift Spear, then I know that I can at least cast my Scourge. Whether or not it stays alive is a completely different situation, but... Now if my opponent casts Seal of Fire, I'm responding by Fatal Pushing this Swift Spear. It's like, I know I don't want to take this hit, and I don't want to let my opponent just, like, play out the Seal of Fire, attack, and then I go to Fatal Push, and they respond to the Prowess trigger. Like, no, if you want to seal this, you're going to have to wait till my turn. Or not. All right. I think I'm down for Swift Spear Thoughtseize. No. I want to save this Thoughtseize for Luris. Gotta talk myself out of bad plays. Are we going to get rewarded? We are. That one. So, Swift Spear, 2 unknowns, 1 unknown. Do I want to dismember? No. Really don't want to pay 4 life right there. Huh. So that's 2 lava darts in the yard now. So that's 1, 2, 3 points of burn. I can dismember the Swift Spear, so I'm not Not dead. That's interesting. So I could pass with Dismember, Fatal Push. And not take anything off of the creatures. I could Croxa, deal 3. Attack for 9. I could Croxa, not attack. So 1, 2, I'm at 6. I'd be dead to Lightning Bolt off the top. Am I dead to Lightning Bolt anyway? No. So I think I just have to pass. Is this a light up the stage off the top? That'd be super annoying. Alright, so I need to respond to this by dismembering. JP, how's it going? Merry Christmas to you as well. All right. What you got, opponent? JP coming back with the 2-month resubscription. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the subscribers. Greatly appreciate the continued support. Gonna say, please don't apostles blessing me. Opponent discards a mountain. I don't know how we're gonna possibly sneak out with this win. Opponent has used all their lava darts, so I don't believe they have an out here. I guess burn spell, 2 1-mana burn spells. Sure. Alright, so now I don't think they have an out. Alright, so mono red prowess with Obosh. Or not Obosh, Luris. God. Names are tough. Am I expecting Seasoned Pyromancer? Probably not. No Pyro with Luris Companion. Right, but you never know if they're going to board Pyromancer in or something. Like, we're boarding in Blood Moon. Christmas present from one stubborn man to another. Now I feel bad for not playing Stubborn Denials today. We absolutely will by the end of the week. What do I think about Mana Leak in the sideboard for the combo decks? I have toyed around with the idea of this black-red Scourge deck splashing blue out of the board. I don't think that we've tried it out, but I don't think it's bad. You could easily put like a Watery Grave in here and have access. It sounds like a bench thing to do. Alright, so this hand plays around Blood Moon pretty well if they have that. We've got removal. We've got a Scourge. So opponent knows about this K command. I wouldn't mind being able to fire off this Night's Whisper on my next turn. So it's kind of like if my opponent gives me a sequence of events that results in me firing off the Night's Whisper, I'm okay with that, but I'm not just going to like forcibly use it. Like here, we Night's Whisper, we end up discarding to hand size. And like, I don't really just want to fire it off if I know I'm going to discard. Or no, we don't discard to hand size. Oh, I'm terrible at this game. Never mind. Scratch that. We're good. Let's see. Good versus combo decks, but makes the land hate much tougher to run. That's very fair. Very fair assessment. So I could like K command, shoot the abbot, discard. I could bolt plus dismember. I could Bowmat, bolt dismember. Doing these now to play around, light up the stage. And them just having like triple dart or something. Alright, lures to the hand's pretty good for me. Yep. Like, this is Luris plus Soul Scar. Oh, nope. Luris Bauble. Sure. Chained to the Rocks. Love it. We do have a Feed the Swarm in our deck. Sure. So we could K command, have them discard, get back Bowmat, fetch up a basic mountain and fatal push the Luris. Or we could hit the little scroll wheel and flip through our turn. I've got to figure out why my scroll wheel keeps like skipping through my turn. Yep. Go, my little Bowmat, go. All right. So next turn we can add Luris to our hand. Opponent's drawing a Sunbait Canyon. I was going to say, if I drew a Death Shadow there, I'd like to be able to cast it out here. All right. Croxa's pretty good. Yeah, I think I like Croxa better than Luris Bomat. I will Luris Mishra's Bauble. It's like if my opponent Seal of Fires my Luris, then that's one less burn spell going at my face. And I know that I get to get back Croxa anyway, except they draw a Soul Guide Lantern. Come on. Ah. What a top deck. What a top deck. Opponent, why you gotta do this to me? Wanting to use this Bauble to scry with my Bloodstained Mire. Don't think I want a Verdant Catacombs. Alright, deck. Pretty good ones. Alright. So we want to put the sack on the stack first, so that the discard resolves first. That way they don't get a priority opportunity between Croxa going to the graveyard and us getting to recast it here. So if they want to pop this Soul Guide Lantern, they have to do it like before the Croxa goes to the graveyard. Yep. They discard another Chain to the Rocks. So they have this other Lava Dart in the yard, and I think if they Lava Dart my Bomat Courier, I'm really tempted to just discard these Thought Seizes. I think I will, actually. Just get the extra cards in the yard for Croxa. Ours is bigger. Are we just going for the lethal? What would opponent have drawn right there that they wouldn't play? If it's a cantrip, you just go for it. I think you attack with a bolt. Or no, I guess you're one short of lethal if it's bolt. But if I block, you get to take out my shadow and your Soul Scar lives. So like that's kind of a reason to go for it with bolt. Could be just a land. How many cards from Croxa? We need one more. But whoever said bolt looks like they might have been right. So mono red prowess. Not a variation of the deck that I've seen in a minute. I don't know how much I like mono red without access to like Bedlam Reveler. Because I think that card is nuts. All right, what do we got for round number 2? Hummingbird. Yeah. What are we leading on? I think I'll lead on Courier. Alright, so it's probably 4-color Uro. Eon 1? Oh, man. Main deck EE, and having it in your opener is pretty rough. All right, well, we're like, I was going to say we're like a fetch land away from maybe having a chance, but this Uro finding them lands and getting them closer to this Hour of Promise means that our clock is pretty much up. Like, we need something along the lines of them missing 5th land, us drawing fetch land Thoughtseize off of this Mishra's Bauble into, God, another fetch land for Battle Rage, something like that. But yeah, now that they've got this this Hour out, we'll give ourselves a chance off of our draws. All right. We saw half of what we needed. So Blood Moons, Boil, Croxa, some Soul Guides. Push is bad. Dismember's bad. Lightning Bolt's not great. Mana Leak plus land here would be nice. It would be. Honestly, would have taken land plus Stubborn Denial. This is another one of those hands where if we don't see our second land, if our second land we find it and it's a fetch land, like, we're in great shape. But if we miss our second land, we're doing nothing. I think with that first hand, if like the Bomac Courier, say, was a Mishra's Bauble, I think it was a pretty easy keep. It's RNG. I mean, RNG is always hit or miss, right? Now, I know I bottomed you. So as bad as it feels, I think I have to crack the Bomat Courier here. Like, I can't cast anything out of my hand, so it's not doing me any good to have those cards sitting around. Bomat rigged lands. Let's see. So what do we play against the first round? Burn or Mono Red Prowess? Opponent has got a worm coil engine. That's a hell of a jump. Not saying I'm pretty sure we die to that, but we'll give it a draw step and see. Nope. So that worm coil is going to hit us, or chump a Swift Spear, whatever. They're going to go up over 20 life, and we can't play this Bomat or this Scourge of the Skyclaves. So so be it. Move on to our next game. Lost to RNG. I mean, variance is obviously a significant part of this game. Like, you know that going into any given match, that there's never such thing as 100%. You can lose favorable matchups. Not saying that was a favorable matchup, but you can absolutely lose things that statistically you shouldn't lose. Or you should be statistically favored to win. I think that's part of the exciting part of the game, right? Like, you just don't know what's going to happen. If you, like, knew going into your match, okay, I'm playing this deck Against these decks, I just lose. Nothing I can do about it. Against these other decks, I just win. Nothing they can do about it. Like, that'd be kind of boring, wouldn't it? Oh, the stereotypical, I really hope my opponent damages themselves hand. It's kind of like if my opponent plays a fetch land, this is great. If my opponent plays mountain 1-drop, probably dead. Oh, we're dead. Dog Miz is Shadow or Slivers. This is a really weird Shadow or Sliver deck. Might be chatting to me. This is actually my Smurf and I'm sniping. What do we got off the top? Sprite Dragon. That's probably going to kill us. Except for the whole having one land part. So his next card's a land, so he can't opt into one. So I really wanted to see a removal spell off of that. These are what we would call not removal spells. Nobody's redeemed Hydrate all day. Y'all obviously just want me to fall out over here. If it looks like a Swift Spear Op swing and it smells like a Swift Spear Op swing, Fatal push. One time. Haha. Well, we're not completely out of it. Do you have the lightning bolt? Tis not a lightning bolt. I'm pretty sure in all the times that I've played against Stormwing Entity, I have never seen my opponent top, or bottom. Pretty sure every single time they have top, bottom. Which I find mildly funny. So we just want our life total to be at a point where we can spike a battle rage for lethal. So let's block one. Fatal push one. Like, if I have the battle rage, you're dead. And it doesn't matter. And I'm 100% cracking this Bomat Courier. So this is the correct block. If I have Battle Rage, nothing you can do about it. You're just dead. If I have double bolt, then you need to block something. All right. Yeah, they did have the Sprite Dragon, which is why I had to go for lethal there. If I don't go for lethal, if I just like play out Scourges, I'm dead to Stormwing Entity. If I don't play out the Scourges and I crack Bomat to try to find an answer to Stormwing, then I'm dead to Prowess Creatures plus Sprite Dragon. Math God, welcome, welcome. Actually, yes, we heard Steven, my moderator, I don't know if he's in here or not, actually played some games with your list last night, and we were checking it out. Found him. Steven, we've got the Math God in the chat. But yeah, we saw the list and played it through some games last night. I have not played it through a league yet. But yeah, I saw that you had the challenge and then, what was it, a league 5-0 or a preliminary 4-0? Or something else in addition to the challenge. Have to scroll so far down for Grix's shadow. Yeah, League 5-0. I knew I wasn't misremembering here. But yeah, as soon as I finish up this match, I'll pull the list up so everybody knows what we're referring to. Alright, so I'm keeping this behind the premise that I've got a removal spell, I've got Bomat and Shadow, and I can get Lurrus into my hand so I can play out my threats kind of aggressively and have a backup plan of having Lurrus. So the hand is fairly coherent. This is the last stream of the year? No, we'll be streaming tomorrow. Probably won't New Year's Eve on Thursday, but we will stream tomorrow. So, we got another. Alright, so opponent mulligan to 6. I want to lose a little bit of life, but I don't want to overdo it, so I'm going to get a Blood Crypt here. Get Bomat out. All right, what do we got? You gonna let me keep attacking with this bow mat? Like Dreadhorde Arcanist in the grinding matchups. Cut it where speed was important. Makes sense. I guess my concern right now is like there's not a ton of grinding matchups in Modern. And the ones that are like significantly outgrinding Dreadhorde Arcanist. But like I said, we'll go over the list after this match. Inquisition's not bad. See what our opponent is hanging on to so dearly. Alright, we'll just take a bolt. Like, I've pretty well signaled that I have an answer to Sprite Dragon. And if they want to, like, Sprite Dragon, Vapor Snag their own Sprite Dragon, I'm pretty okay with that, too. Now, if they go to Bolt Bomat Courier here, am I okay trading the 3 cards in hand for the 3 under Bomat? Nah, I can wait. Not under a bunch of pressure. If I was under a bunch of pressure, I might be a little more inclined to be more aggressive with like these fetches and shocks and getting my shadow down. Lightning Bolt my Bomat Courier. Sure. So let's go. Turn Bomat. You discard. And we'll be mana efficient, just play out both Bomat and Shadow. Alright, what do we got? Stormwing Entity would be a little scary. So Dismember is a deceptively good draw here. Because giving us a way to answer like Bedlam Reveler, Stormwing Entity, Sprite Dragon, whatever is pretty nice. I'm playing out Luris here. I don't even think I'm going to be attacking with Luris, or at least not anytime soon. But it kind of gives another thing that my opponent needs to be concerned about. And if they want to do like this, kill Luris instead of sandbagging burn to my face, like I'm pretty okay with that. Because the way this game's going currently, it's kind of like if they play out a creature, they die. So planning to just pay my 4 life, dismember this Stormwing. Spell Pierce is possible. But I mean, like, if they Spell Pierce this Dismember, they die to the Battle Rage. So, what did I tell you? One top, one bottom. Every single time off Stormwing. Like, I don't think I've ever seen other than one top, one bottom. We could fetch to bait a spell out, but because we have the Dismember and paying life as part of the cost, like I don't really have a need to fetch or to bait a spell. Yeah, bait a spell. You could bait, and if they respond with like Lightning Bolt the Shadow. I was going to say you could bait the removal spell. They respond by lightning bolting the shadow. You respond by dismembering the soul scar. And you kind of end up in the same spot. Alright, here's a Battle Rage Shadow. Would you like to scoop now? Speak of the devil. It was a good read on the Spell Pierce, for sure. So I haven't seen Lava Dart out of our opponent. Which means Bomat Courier is a little bit better. But with them being on the play, turn 1 Soul Scar just means like Bomat Courier could be completely dead. So I think I want to bring back in Thoughtseize over Bomat. I was waiting for the Sultan chat with that long pause. I mean, it's possible. Like, opponent could have thought we top decked the Battle Rage, but they weren't exactly in a great position either way. Like, they had to chump block the Shadow. We had 2 cards in hand. We had a Bomat going up to, what, 4 cards? So, the odds weren't great. Do I prefer Seize plus Kozilek or only Seize and Rakdos? If you're talking about, like, in this matchup, I'm not a fan of Kozilek's Return at all. Because any instant speed spell just gets all of their guys out of Kozilek's Return range. But I think that decks with, like, Seasoned Pyromancer, Kozilek's Return's really good. So I don't want to, like, cut it out of my 75. Seasoned Pyromancer plus Auriok Champion, those kind of things. I miss the old, just looking at like blue-red versus a shadow variant. I miss the old Grixis versus blue-red Arclight Phoenix matches. I always thought those were pretty fun. Alright, so I would like to break up any Stormwing Entity shenanigans my opponent's got going on. Or they do not have any Stormwing Entity shenanigans. They are shenaniganless. Alright. Opt Burst Lightning. Or Opt Burst Lightning. So if they go to Burst Lightning us, it could very well just mean they're dead. Like, if they put us to a point where Shadow outgrows their burn spells, but they're too far away to just kill us. All right. So let's think about how our life total is going to play out here. We can play Shadow plus Catacombs. Our opponent plays Soul Scar. What? Soul Scar Burst Lightning our Shadow. We can play Croxa and guarantee nab either Opt or Burst Lightning. Our opponent, if they top deck Manamorphose, draw into land. That's the only way they can play out both Soul Scar and Stormwing Entity. If my opponent draws a burn spell, then being able to play Shadow, Fetch, Shock, Bolt myself would solve that. But I don't want to get into a situation where I've got Shadow, they go to Burst Lightning, I respond by cracking Catacombs, they respond with like Lightning Bolt or another Burst Lightning. So if I'm going to play out the Shadow, I want to either Fetch Shock now or Shock the Blood Crypt, play the Shadow. And I think Shock Crypt, play Shadow is fine. This is 7, 4, 18 that I can deal 19 if they crack or they tap Islet. So maybe Fetch was better if I draw another land off the top. Because that would have meant that I had a lethal attack regardless of what they did. So we'll have to see if that comes back to bite us. B-Matt, do you only play Shadow decks? I wouldn't say only, but they're a very significant part of my limited repertoire. Double Soul Scar. All right. So their hand is Opt Burst Lightning. So if I play Catacombs, attack with Shadow, and they don't block, I kill them. If I play Catacombs, attack with Shadow, and they do block, I play Swift Spear and pass. Or do I play Croxa, Swift Spear, and pass? Probably Croxa, Swift Spear. Because I know their hand, so I'm guaranteed to hit a spell with Croxa. That puts a lot of pressure on them to chain lethal with the rest of their hand. Alright, opponent dies. Hope opponent hops in chat. That was a really good match. Oh. No, let me see the message. I want my message. If somebody talks to our opponent, tell them I tried to see the message. Alright, we were looking at Math God's list real quick before we jump into the next match. So it was the Saturday challenge. Guess it would help if I went to Modern. Alright. S-Ben's redeemed Hydrate. Got you. Feeling hydrated. Alright. So, some of the interesting things we talked about when I watched Steven play some games with this list last night is obviously you're running like Sprite Dragon as an additional threat to Shadow over something like Gurmag Angler, which means you don't have to run Thought Scour. That's a card that a lot of people who've played Grixis Shadow have historically had gripes about. Like, I love Thought Scour, but I know a lot of people are less excited about it. Instead, Math God has chosen to run things like Opt and Sleight of Hand, a little better card selection. 2 copies of Dread Horde Arcanist, as mentioned in the chat, like gives a good bit of grind for those matches where Dread Horde's able to survive. Kind of filtered through your deck with your Opt, Sleight of Hands, your hand disruption spells. We've got 2 copies of Unearth. Combos really well with Dread Horde Arcanist in a very funny way. Apostle's Blessing, Drown in the Lock, a Battle Rage, 2 Dismember, 18 lands. Four push total. 2 in the board, 3 Spellbomb, 2 Gust, another Blessing, 3 Cleansing Wildfire, 2 Mana Leak, 2nd Battle Rage. I liked Sleight because I thought it was a better top deck, but both are probably fine in different scenarios. That's fair enough. Like, Sleight I think is a good card for sure. And when you're playing Sorcery Speed with things like Sprite Dragon, I think that Sleight giving you a little bit better knowledge of the top of your deck is probably more impactful. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to going up to 4 Sleight and cutting back to 2 Opt. Because I think you're playing on Sorcery Speed more often than not. Get them in the yard to attack with a Dread Horde. Resolve them with a Sprite Dragon on board. And I think Sleight being in those situations is a little bit better. Scourge of the Skyclaves is one of the cards that Steven and I talked about last night over like Dread Horde Arcanist. It's like I don't mind Dread Horde, but I think he's a little low impact right now. A lot of pushes, a lot of bolts running around. But you do run into the issue that you don't have a quick turn 2 Scourge setup, like without the haste creatures. But if Sprite Dragon and Lightning Bolt are enough ways to enable it, then it can close out the game pretty quickly. What do you think about cutting down to 17 lands? Like, I know that you've got a decent bit of 2-drops with the 4 Sprite Dragons, but Grixis, I think, has been historically fine at getting to turn 2 with 2 mana, and you're running more cantrips than Grixis is. Like, you've got the Op/Sleight of Hand over Thought Scour plus 2 additional copies and the Mishra's Baubles. That's fair. If you're having issues seeing the second land, then I certainly wouldn't. How was Unearth for you? Like, I like the synergy with, like, Unearth a Sprite Dragon, Dreadhorde Arcanist attack, Unearth something else, or they kill your Lurrus, you get it back. Unearth was really good. Makes Sultai Uro very favorable. Same with red-black mid-range. I've heard a lot of people saying that Sprite Dragon can make a lot of the Uro matches a lot better on your end. Being able to swing over Field of the Dead, dodge a lot of stuff that they have going on. But I haven't been too impressed with Sprite Dragon since the companion rule change. But I think if other people are having more favorable tests with it, that it can very easily mean that I'm off base. Steven, I just saw your message, and I will check more into that after the stream because I am not sure. You think Fulminator is better than Cleansing Wildfire since you play 2 on Earth? Well, he did mention that he had trouble seeing 2 lands in a lot of games. So I feel like adding in some 3-drops might just compound that. Now, obviously, if you had Faithless Looting to pitch your Fulminators into the yard and then unearth them, then we'd be talking. Or Thought Scour over them and unearth. Alright, the King of None. I think I'm just going to go on the draw. Bottom of land. Get 2 shots at another one. Or 3 shots. I never trusted an Eldrazi Mimic in my life. Sure as heck not starting now. Oh man. We were getting memed on. The old turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, turn 2 Spirit Guide out at Thought Knot Seer. Take my Night's Whisper. So am I just like throwing one of these guys to the fire to make sure I can cast my Scourge? Land second Thought Knot. Smasher. All right. We'll move on to our second game. Let our opponent believe they got one over on us. But we know better. All right. Gemstone Caverns exiling Eternal Scourge is pretty sweet. Imagine Death Shadow playing that Cavern. Opponent's turn 1, Bolt opponent, your turn 1 cast Scourge. Need to adjust everything we thought we knew about Magic. Alright. Snow-covered mountain is interesting. I wonder if that's like just to be able to cast Simian Spirit Guide. Never mind. Shows what I know. Roast. Remember that time our colorless Eldrazi opponent roasted us? I believe both of their cards in hand are Serum Powders. And then this Scourge. Oh boy. All right. So they saw Blood Moon, which means it's going to get a lot worse game 3. Oh, man. Magic is indeed a skill game. His hand's pretty good. As long as we don't get, like, turn 1 by something that I don't know about. Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it. Alright, Serum Powder number 1. What all they get rid of. They are playing Blood Moon. Holy crap. I thought you were joking. Why on earth does their deck play Blood Moon? Pretty sure I'm just thought seizing here. Will this be the first time two opponents will Blood Moon each other post board? Well, I'm not going to be Blood Mooning anybody. I have nipped that issue pretty quickly. I wonder why they wouldn't cast the Scourge there. Like, surely you can't be in this spot and think, oh, well, Field of Ruining is more important than getting a thing on the board. It was such a weird match. I think I count that as miscellaneous. I don't know. What were my other matches against? Blue-Red Prowess. Won that one. I'll have to go back through. I've already forgotten. If we go 4-1-4-1, that could be an indicator that this is in the high possibilities for Saturday. I mean, like 8-2 is usually good enough to top 8 most 8, 9, 10 round tournaments. X and 2. Oh. Is this good enough? Like, it's thought season. If these were fetch lands, this would be like the easiest snap keep ever. But all these basics. I think I have to ship this. Like, I'm not providing any kind of pressure. I'm not getting my life total down low enough for Shadow. I'm not getting cards in the yard for Croxa. Scourge is a dead draw. All right. This isn't great, but it's better than the last one. I meant to point it out earlier. Magician, I saw your comment about please no obligator. I've got an Eldrazi obligator somewhere that I found when that red-green Eldrazi deck was becoming popular. And I set it aside because I was like, this is the kind of stupid card that I'm going to look up one day and it's going to be worth something. And I'd never hit that part. But that was like, for a few solid months in Modern, the one card that I did not want to see ever. Opponent's hand's pretty good against us. By pretty good, I mean really good. So I'm taking Seasoned Pyromancer, hoping that I might be able to spike a removal spell off the top. Black-Red Jund, it's pronounced playable mid-range. Could you please correct yourself there? I'm really surprised that they didn't take the Night's Whisper. Because I'm pretty sure their hand, like, easily beats double creature. But it has a much tougher time against us getting to, like, actually start playing... not a value game, but a mid-range game. Like, if we could just go land, put Luris into our hand, that would have been pretty solid. Or if we find Croxa or something like that. I think I'm just going to put Luris in my hand here. Give myself another chance to draw like Croxa here. That has to mean another fatal push in hand, right? It's like there's just no way that you cast fatal push into a known Luris plus Shadow unless you have another fatal push. And I don't want to play Luris here and go down to 6. I know that my opponent has a Lightning Bolt, and I don't want to just open myself up to dying to double bolt. Like, that's unfortunate, but I still think is technically correct. Well, that Liliana is probably going to be game over. Well, if nothing else, we get to go down swinging. We had the read on the double bolt. Croxa. Not a Croxa. So I believe that our deck is one of the decks that the black-red mid-range deck is claiming to beat up on pretty hard. I miss the old black-red Scourge decks. Or not black-red Scourge. Black-red Prowess decks. With like 4 copies of Cling to Dust alongside all the Prowess creatures. Alright, we're dead. But just for curiosity, we'll see a draw step. Nope. All right. Let's try this again post board. K-Command, Crocs are great. Probably need the extra push. Battle Rage is bad. I guess I'll skip out on the extra push. Like, they're just going to have a lot more 2-for-1s in their deck than we are. But we'll see what happens. This is definitely a matchup we want to get more test games in against. Because if this deck's going to be like one of the major players in Modern in the upcoming weeks, then we want to have a game plan against it. I think I'm shipping this. Like, one piece of hand disruption and this hand kind of falls apart. Alright, we'll keep this. Bottom Blood Crypt. See if Bomat might be able to dig us out of this mulligan hole. I would love to see a breakdown for Bomat Courier and how many cards it needs to see to get over the Magic Mendoza line. Like where does it go from breaking even to an asset? Also, am I cracking this Soul Guide lantern? I think I have to. I think I just need more things. So I'm going to crack this bauble now because I don't want my opponent to untap and play Liliana the Veil and take up and make me discard this Lurrus. Alright, our hand has not lined up very well this match. Yeah, opponent gets back Croxa here. We're pretty dead in the water. Alright. So let's think. Rakdos Scourge. Went, what, 7-3 in those two leagues? I think the deck's good. The downside, I think, is a lot of people are expecting Blood Moon right now. And there's a lot of opposing Blood Moons. So, like, if the effectiveness of Blood Moon is getting cut back, then is this deck strong enough to compete with the Reclaimers and the Uro piles if they're all expecting Blood Moon and either playing around it or have answers to it? And that I'm not entirely sure about. Could be that it's good enough. But that's also why we've got a few more days this week to kind of come up with a game plan for what we're looking to play for the weekend. But I think I'm going to... How about replacing the Blood Moons with Leyline? I'm not a fan of Leyline because if you don't have it in your opening hand, it's just dead. And that's a really awkward spot to be. Like, you're a deck that can't really afford to mulligan to a specific card. You kind of need a lot of resources. But I like the thought. I like thinking outside the box. But I'm going to put some more thought into it as well. I'm going to go ahead and call things here. I think we had a pretty good stream. Learned some good stuff about Rakdos. I'm going to send everybody over to Will Hall, who's currently playing some blue-black rogues. So the other deck we're interested in checking out at some point. If you decide to stick around, feel free to share some love from the stream. As always, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out today. Had a good time. Looking forward to testing out some more Shadow variants before the end of the week, and especially before Saturday. So, hope to see everybody back again. Thanks to all the re-subscribers, all the new follows. Appreciate everybody. Hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their Tuesday. Enjoy some good food, some good company. Stay safe, and I will see y'all again tomorrow.